The Board of Trustees are recorded and streamed in real time at www.fuhsd.net. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order at 4:30 p.m. at the Fallbrook Union High School Library, 2400 South Stagecoach Lane, Fallbrook, California, 92028. Closed session agenda includes public employment discipline, dismissal, and release, Government Code Section 54957. Conference with legal counsel pending litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Claim number 26-06426. Conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2. Conference with labor negotiations, Government Code Section 54957.6. District negotiator is Ilsa Garza Gonzalez, Superintendent. Employee organizations are FHSTA and SEIU. Unrepresented employees, classified management, certificated management, and confidential employees. Next, we have Chief Business Officer evaluation and Superintendent evaluation. Opportunity for members of the public to address the board on any item described in this agenda for the closed session. Opportunity will be granted for open sessions. Government Code Section 54954.3. Do we have any closed session comments?
We do not.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and adjourn to closed session. All right, we're going to go ahead and reconvene to open sessions at 5:30 p.m. Announcements, all open sessions of the Board of Trustees are recorded and streamed in real time at www.fuhsd.net. Please rise for the flag salute. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you and welcome. We're going to go ahead and do the Board of Trustees roll call. Oscar Caralampio, President, is present. Mr. Eddie Jones, Vice President.
Present.
Teonado Darte, Clerk.
Present.
Paul Christensen, Trustee.
Present.
Chris Haskell, Trustee.
Present.
And Superintendent Ilsa Garza Gonzalez.
Present.
Thank you. We will now review our governing team's norms. The Board of Trustees approved norms are that we be respectful, be approachable, be open-minded, be communicative with no surprises, be willing to listen, be prepared, and be trustworthy. Report from closed sessions. Public employment discipline, dismissal, and release, Government Code Section 54957, nothing to report. Conference with legal counsel pending litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, nothing to report. Claim number 26-06426, nothing to report. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2. Conference with labor negotiations, Government Code Section 54957.6. District negotiator is Ilsa Garza Gonzalez, Superintendent. Employee organizations are FHSTA and SEIU. Unrepresented employees, classified management, certificated management, and confidential employees. Chief Business Officer evaluation and Superintendent evaluation are nothing to report. We will now move the agenda. May I get a motion, please?
I'll move that we approve the agenda for the regular meeting of June 10th, 2026, as presented.
I'll second.
So second by Ms. Rodarte. Sorry, moved by Ms. Rodarte, second by Mr. Christensen to adopt the agenda. Any comments or questions? Okay. Mr. Carrampio votes aye. Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And Ms. Rodarte?
Aye.
Presentations. First, we have presentation Spring Sports Recap by Mr. Pat Walker.
For 30 plus years, started out coaching softball. I was not here. And I begged her about 10 years ago to get back involved. She loved kids, loves kids. And I remember going to her classroom, I said, we really need a field hockey coach. I have a highly qualified club coach that is going to be there every day with you. But I need someone that's, certificated teacher on campus. You've already connected with a lot of these kids. So I got her to come back, and she won a CIF championship at her first year, which was incredible. So she had a great group, and she really enjoyed coaching. And so she lasted, I think, 6 years as our field hockey coach, maybe more. And then she started telling me she wants to be involved in girls lacrosse. And I got her involved coaching lacrosse. And she won both the CIF championship in field hockey and girls lacrosse, and just did a tremendous job. So we're going to miss her big time. She sent me her highlights, and I loved this. She said, 12 senior scholar athletes with a GPA above 3.5 this year. What a way to go out And she said, these are our future pilots, physical therapists, psychologists, biochemists, teachers, artists, and one retired teacher, of course, and that's Debbie Berg. So team GPA of 3.68, and again, Debbie will be missed. Boys and girls track, they had 40 team members represented Fallbrook High School at league finals, producing 2 league champions. Girls 4x800 league champs, boys pole vault, Kingston Corey league champ, setting a new record in San Diego as a sophomore with a jump of 16-1. In CIF finals, he wasn't able to get to 16-1 again, and he didn't qualify for state, but this kid's tremendous. He's going to set all kinds of records. Both league champions represented Fallbrook High School in CIF, and then again, girls team GPA was 3.55, and the boys was 3.12. Girls and boys swim were undefeated. And again, this is something every year we are known throughout San Diego as having a tremendous swim program. Girls swimming and diving were 8-0, 4-0 in league, Valley League champs, all league teams, Emily West, Ava Bird, Emma Sue Martinez, Ella Jean Martinez, and their team GPA was 3.44. Boys swimming and diving were 8-0, 4-0 in league, Valley League champions, all league team Aiden Lucia. Aiden was also in my CIF advisory and was a tremendous leader all year long. Team GPA of 3.31. Softball, their record was 8-15. They lost in the first round of CIF. They had 1 first-team all-league selection, 1 second-team all-league selection. Very young team. Really fun to watch their outfield. Try to come to some games. They are really a young, scrappy. I was really impacted by just the amount of effort these kids would put in, and they were in a lot of great games. Tough league they were in. So the next couple of years will be really fun. Team GPA of 3.19. Boys lacrosse, I got to give some props to a coaching staff that came in way late. We lost a coach, and honestly, they did a tremendous job and just kept on getting better and better. Their overall record was 3-15. Doesn't say much. They're a 4th in league. But I was at their CIF playoff game, and it was a hard-fought, unbelievable game. They lost 11-13. They were the 11th seed. They almost beat the number 6 seed, who went on to the semifinals. And they just showed improvement all year long. And I told the staff, which I hope I can get back, that right there in itself tells a lot. And again, they're pretty young too. Lennon McKesson was team MVP, scoring 7 goals in that playoff loss. And Lennon was a first-team All-Valley League player. And then Aiden Purdy was a second-team All-League player. And their team GPA was 3.14. Boys golf finished 6-13. They were 3rd place in league. Dylan Glatt finished 5th place as an individual in the Valley League tournament. Austin Marcourt, first-team All-League selection, and qualified for the CIF tournament. 5 of the top 6 players are returning for next season. And this is a sport that's growing at Fallbrook. It's fun to watch. Their team GPA was 3.25. Boys tennis, Coach Linaway is going to be retiring. Had him for a long time. Has done just a really solid job. Very professional, classy coach, highly organized, so he will be missed. They were 7-9 overall and 2-6 in league. They advanced to the Team CIF D3 quarterfinals. Second team All-League, Liam Levicki, Casey Mannion, and Billy Mathewson. And then again, Coach Linaway is going to be retiring. He will be missed. GPA of 3.50, which is outstanding. Baseball, they finished 5-22-1, and they were 3-12 in the Avocado League, and they had 1 second-team All-League player, and then their team GPA was 3.18. Boys volleyball, they were unbelievable last year. They lost some key players. They still finished with over 20 wins, which is really impressive. They obviously got moved up, being CIF champs from last year. So they finished 23-20, 2-6 in a tough league. They had one first-team All-League selection. Joshua Robertson won second-team All-League, and that's Aiden Way. I was at the loss down at Mission Bay. Mission Bay ended up winning it all. They were a team at another level. It was a bummer we had them in the first round, because I do think if we were in a different bracket, we would have faced them in the finals. But they were a very good team. But it was a great season. Their team GPA was 3.45. This was our Scholar Athletes of the Year. I went down. We have a beautiful breakfast. And the HSSA does a phenomenal job. Aylin Ramirez Gaspar, 4.33 GPA. Her sports were lacrosse and field hockey. You could see all of her accomplishments, and she just did an awesome. She's had a great run for 4 years. And then Petey Pizzo was a 4.0 student, played basketball and baseball, was a big leader throughout the entire year. And so Petey will be missed. Again, first team All-League, team captain, tremendous job. And physical night, I threw this on there because these team doctors that we have, there's no school in North County that has team doctors like us in this beautiful community. We had 150 student athletes completed. And a huge thank you to our community doctors and All-Star Therapy who donated their time and energy. 7 doctors showed up, and you know how busy doctors are. I usually can pull like 4 or 5. I watched 7 of these guys, including Dr. Pace, who, he's my guy. I've known Dr. Pace forever, and he's such a neat guy. And to see him, I was like, Pace, you're unbelievable. He's got to be close to 80 years old. And just getting it done. This is Dr. Pace right here with the white shirt. He's just awesome. So I've known him for quite a long time, and I appreciate all of their dedication, and it was just a phenomenal night. One last slide. Shout out to Mission Vista. I know their athletic director and their principal really well, and they are giving our volleyball teams, our basketball teams, both boys and girls, a place to be during the summer to practice, run clinics. And they're kind of our rival. And so I didn't know how this would be going in, if they didn't even want to deal with it. But right away, open arms, we can help you guys out, no problem. And so props to Mission Vista and their leadership for inviting us and being able to use their gymnasium. Big deal. So now, if it's okay with Ilsa, I'm going to go right into the mission statement. All right. Shaylin is coming up here. Shaylin Cope. She's been my go-to all year long in my CIF advisory. She will be the first Fallbrook student athlete who will represent both North County and CIF this year. Cross my fingers, I could have her application in, but I'm feeling strong about it. She was huge in, again, developing a vision and a mission statement. Just some of the things, because I don't want to steal some of the beautiful things that she's going to say. She's nervous. Told her to take some deep breaths. Don't be nervous. Core values, we talked about commitment, accountability, pride, respect, sportsmanship, work ethic. The stakeholders were the biggest thing, and I'm going to give props to Ilsa, who set this all up. As an athletic director who's super busy, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is going to be 3 days, and you have so many things to do. We needed 3 days. You're 100% right. And Jay Trujillo did a phenomenal job leading this. And I've been in so many of these types of workshops, leadership, and you always kind of go, I wonder how this guy's going to do. You know, is he going to be someone that is really going to get the most out of us? He did. He was highly organized, and he really did a good job just every day having this dialed in so we all could get together and come up with a really solid vision. So parents, boosters, coaches, admin, again, all work together to build something special. And now I'm going to give it to Shayla.
Good evening, board members. My name is Shylin Cope, and I am captain of our track and field team. I'm honored to speak about my experience of helping our athletic department's mission and vision statements. Over the course of 3 days, student athletes, coaches, and teachers worked together to create statements that represent who we are and what we want our athletic program to stand for. Our goal was to create something that would encourage athletes, students, coaches, support them, and positivity to represent our school and community. We spent time discussing values that matter most in sports, such as teamwork, leadership, dedication, sportsmanship, and character. Every word has carefully chosen, and everyone had the opportunity to share their ideas and perspectives. One thing I learned from this process is how important collaboration is. By working together, we were able to create statements that reflect the grades and goals of values of our entire athletic community. I am proud to have been part of the process and excited to see how this mission and vision statements will inspire current and future athletes. Thank you.
Did I tell you? It's gonna be great. That'll do it from us. Appreciate the opportunity.
Pat, I got one question. This flyer, this poster,
Yes,
is that something future to put up around the school, through the community?
that's what we're hoping, absolutely.
Awesome, love it.
So there's actually a fourth meeting coming up with Pat and administration to plan the rollout and how will this continue to be or become an action, because we can put posters all over the school and that doesn't change anything. So creating the plan for that. I do want to thank the board. I know that it was Oscar who said, you know, I'd like to see a mission and vision for the athletic department, but I want to thank you for your patience because things do roll out slowly. And I wanted to make sure that I had the right person. He's not local, so finding a time where he was going to be in town and it wouldn't cost us as much money was critical, and that took a little bit of time, but I think it was well worth it.
Might sound like a silly question, but those are our athletes in there, right? They're not just.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to
I had to
make
close
sure
up, I
that.
had to close up myself, to be honest.
Awesome. That way, you know, we're showcasing our kids. Just had to ask.
I mean, I'm hoping ours. I mean, when you get close, it kind of blurs them a little bit. Anyway, we can always put our athletes in these things, and I'm hoping we can do that every year.
Yeah. Just
Yeah, update them.
thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
All right, next, public comments. The Fallbrook Union High School District Board of Education encourages and invites the public to comment on agenda and non-agenda items. Individual speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. Per legislation 1292, the board will give twice the allotted time to a member of the public who utilizes translating technology assistance to address the board. Total public input on any one subject will be limited to 20 minutes and may be extended at discretion of the board president. Comments on non-agenda items will be heard at this time. Comments on an agenda item may be taken at this time or when the agenda item is discussed by the board. Speakers will be called in order by topic and when card is submitted. The district silence should not be mistaken for agreement with public comments. Rather, the board remains silent to comply with California law, avoid legal entanglements, and or to protect the privacy of those involved. Do we have any public comments?
We do. Our first speaker is Dan Nielsen on trimester schedule change.
When the agenda item is discussed by the board. Perfect.
Agenda item, sorry. Our next speaker is Al Schofstall.
Okay.
Good evening, thank you. My name's Al Schofstall, and I've been a history teacher here at Fallbrook High for 23 years. I'm here tonight to urge you to vote to return the high school to the semester system. As you have heard over the last several weeks, there are many educational reasons to make this change, but I would like to focus on fiscal responsibility. Our district is currently deficit spending and facing significant declining enrollment. In this environment, every budget decision matters. The numbers presented by the superintendent at the last meeting are clear. The trimester system is expected to cost $13,395,000, while the semester system would cost $12,939,000. That is a difference of more than $456,000 each year. When a district is facing financial challenges, it is difficult to justify spending nearly $500,000 more on a system that many students, families, and educators believe is not serving students effectively. At the same time, it requires a level of staffing and scheduling expense that our district can no longer afford to ignore. Returning to semesters is not simply an educational decision, it is also a financial one. It allows us to better align our spending with physical realities while supporting a structure that many believe better meets student learning needs. As stewards of taxpayer dollars and guardians of our district's long-term financial health, you have a responsibility to make sustainable choices. Moving back to semesters is a practical, responsible step that supports both students and the district's financial future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
The next speaker is Claudia Mendoza.
Mendez.
Good afternoon. Dear members of the board, my name is Claudia Mendez Varela, and today I'm talking to you as a parent to respectfully express my support to maintaining the trimester system at our high school. As you consider any proposal to move from trimester to semester, I encourage you to carefully evaluate the following questions. How will this impact student achievement? Will students have more or fewer course options? How will this affect intervention and credit recovery opportunities? What are the benefits of drawbacks for students, teachers, and families? What does the data shown from comparable districts that have made similar changes? I'm also part of DLAC, and I've seen the data, along with all the parents and the DLAC reunions that we have, and we've seen improvements. So I would like to keep it going up. The trimester system offers significant benefits to students and improves greater flexibility, increased access to electives, and more opportunities for students to explore academic and career interests. It's also known students to recover more quickly from academic challenges and stay on track for graduation. As a parent, I have seen these benefits firsthand. My daughter has faced challenges in certain classes, and I cannot imagine her being required to remain in a semester-long class where she is struggling or does not feel adequately supported by the teachers. The trimester system gives the students a fresh start sooner and provides additional opportunities to adjust, recover, and move forward successfully. This flexibility has helped my daughter remain engaged, confident, and focused on her academic goals. I am blessed to work at Fallbrook High School for the past 13 years. 7 of these were in the classroom as a bilingual paraprofessional, and now as the athletics department secretary. And it is in this position that I have seen the other benefit of the trimester system. I have seen how the trimester system benefits student athletes. The students who experience academic difficulties have additional opportunities throughout the year to improve their eligibility. This helps by keeping students engaged in school, connected to positive extracurricular activities, and motivated to succeed academically. I respectfully ask to the board to carefully review the available data and consider the long-term impact on students before making any decisions to change the current system. The trimester model provides valuable opportunities that support academic achievement.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez.
And overall student success.
Thank you.
Tracy Markham.
Good evening. Several things weigh heavily on me as a teacher. Actually, I'm now completely unemployed. but I did work here for 33 years. And I think about the lowering of rigor in our classes, the lack of homework that's being assigned, rampant cheating, and the online credit recovery that has no real syllabus and no expectation that there's written work. But I'm here to talk briefly also about the trimester system. As a math and science teacher, I would not have been in favor of the trimester program. When it was first initiated, I know that the vote was very close, and there was no option to keep things as they were. There was an option of A, B, or C, something different. I feel like the trimester system, as I've seen it sort of from the outside at Oasis, is that you're shortchanging the quality of a course for quantity. There's more stuff at less value. We have a robust college pathway program for students who want to take different courses, and I'm especially concerned when you look at what's going on, especially with math and the recent UC reports about how kids are showing up and they can't even do high school math, let alone college level math. And it's not getting better in the program that we're in. I talk to a lot of friends, math teachers, and they will tell you that Math 3 has been watered down to Math 1, that kids take their replacement course online and they cheat all the way through it and they don't know anything. Yet you have to give them the grade because somehow they've cheated through the course. And I have a student who came back to me this last year before I retired who had been at Fallbrook High, had plenty of credits to graduate, but wasn't allowed to take the courses needed to graduate, so she was stuck. She was taking courses that, in her words, kids were just playing on the computer, hanging out on their phones. There was no solid curriculum. It was a waste of her time. And she begged me to come back to Oasis, and thankfully I was allowed to bring her back. But to me that was sad, and I don't think she's all that uncommon. We need to look at how is the course of a day structured. Well, you had 55-minute classes, and now you're at 70-minute classes. There was really no way to restructure that. A math lesson's a math lesson, so kids are doing their homework in class. They're surfing the internet. They have 6 fewer weeks to teach kids what they really need to know. And unfortunately, just imagine what's not being taught anymore. The deep dives into books, the activities in math. And Debbie Berg allowed me to use her name. She used to do some fabulous things in calculus. She just doesn't do anymore. She can't. She has 6 fewer weeks with her kids. The lab activities, I can't imagine. Mrs. Pinnell probably doesn't have time to do either. Our DF kids need recovery. There's a way to do that. But they shouldn't get that recovery on the backs of the kids who are high achievers, who do well the first time through, and aren't getting D's and F's in their courses. So I don't have a lot of skin in the game. I understand that. But I guess I'll end with this. If I were bringing my kids to Fallbrook High right now, would I let them come?
Thank you, Ms. Markham. Thank you. No more public comments at the moment. Thank you. Next, we have communications and reports from principals. Who would like to go first?
Good evening, everyone. So we had a strong end to the year for both Ivy and Oasis. Academically, we had over 60% of our Ivy students who earned a 2.5 GPA or above, with 20% of those students earning a 3.5 or above. So we're continuing a strong tradition of increasing academic success at Ivy High School. Similarly, we had similar ratios at Oasis, with 59% of students earning a 2.5 or above and 30% of those earning a 3.5 or above. On June 2nd, we had 2 beautiful graduations. I know some of you were able to attend, with 38 students walking at Ivy and 33 students walking at Oasis, and a few additional students that chose not to walk because they had moved or were out of state. We had some lovely presentations from our student speakers, as well as a special keynote address by Dr. Victor Rios. So all around, we had beautiful celebrations of continued success and the outstanding achievements of our students, celebrated with dignity and with class. We are busy preparing for the upcoming school year, where Ivy is actually going to be experiencing its highest starting enrollment that it's had in years, which is great because the legacy of that school is really continuing to grow and evolve. Currently, we are in the process of a very small summer school that is left to meet the needs of our few students who did not graduate on time. So we actually only have 2 students who are currently in our senior promote. which is a 60% decrease from the last couple years and 80% decrease from 4 years ago. So that's really great. And those students are working to hopefully earn their diplomas this summer, and then the small summer school constituency of our ESY students as well. Otherwise, things are going as planned, and Ivy is housing many of our displaced staff members while we continue with our construction projects. Any questions that you may have for me at this time? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members, and thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Aime Bacanaba, and I'll be filling in for Ms. Jones and giving today's principal's report. I want to begin by saying what an honor and privilege it has been to serve as one of the assistant principals at Fallbrook High School this year. As a new addition not only to Fallbrook, but also to the town, I had the joy of witnessing everything fresh, every program, every event, every small moment where a student felt seen, encouraged, and believed in. Last Wednesday, Fallbrook High School had the privilege of graduating nearly 400 seniors. Thank you to our entire board for being there and to celebrate our seniors as they took this important step. With the senior class, we had a few more accomplishments on their end. 189 seniors received the Golden State CO recognition, which means they demonstrated mastery in high school curriculum and also earned high grades in at least 6 subject areas. 31 seniors were recognized as AP scholars, meaning they had achieved AP scholar status through AP exams prior to the start of their senior year, with many additional students pending AP scholar status when their exam results are released in July. 265 seniors were recognized as having completed not just the FHS graduation requirements, but also the A through G graduation requirements for college entrance readiness. 101 lifetime honor roll recipients were recognized for an overall high school GPA of 3.0 to 3.49. 83 lifetime high honor roll recipients were recognized for an overall high school GPA of 3.5 to 3.99. And 49 lifetime distinguished honor roll recipients were recognized for an overall high school GPA of 4.0 or higher. This goes to exemplify that our senior class and all of our students are thriving within our school. In the final weeks of the school year, FHS also recognized over 1,100 honor roll students in the grades 9 through 12 for their accomplishments in the winter trimester. We honored high school students with honor roll students with 3.0 to 3.49, high honor roll students earning 3.5 to 3.99 GPA, and distinguished honor roll students earning a 4.0 or higher. Our campus is undergoing much needed electrical upgrades this summer, so for those needing anything from our site, most resources are being hosted graciously at Ivy, with our Parent Welcome Center functioning out of the Oasis Annex at their campus, and our Migrant Ed program utilizing Potter's campus. We extend a huge thank you to the colleagues at Mission Vista for their willingness to allow our students to utilize their athletic facilities this summer as well. To wrap it up, this has been my first year here at Fallbrook High School, and I can say without hesitation, I am honored to be here. I have seen a school that cares deeply, works tirelessly, and loves its students well, and I hope we continue to support all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have report from board members. Who would like to go first?
I'll go first. I'll keep it short. I just thank everybody for the graduation process, principals, staff, everybody. The graduation is the culmination of, at least from the board, my perspective on the board, it's a culmination of the entire year of all of our meetings that we get to come together and see little bits of decisions that we make or things that we influence in some aspect. But I personally love standing up there and seeing all the students. It's a small town, so you recognize a lot of the students, which I think is great. But it's a very warm feeling that you get being up there to see how many, from our perspective, looking out and seeing nearly 400 students graduating. It is tremendous, and I know there's a great deal amount of work that goes into putting that all together, from groundskeepers all the way up to admin. It's a huge undertaking, so I appreciate that. And I apologize for missing the Ivy. My daughter's surgery took me away from that, so I apologize for that. But and I don't know if Pat's still here, but I wish I could have been part of that committee scheduled for, but my surgery took me out of that. It's been a surgical year. Other than that, I just thank all the teachers for showing up. Thank you for your diligence to let us hear your voices in any direction. We appreciate that. You guys being in the classroom and living firsthand your experiences and sharing them is very important. So I appreciate the phone calls, emails, and all the things in between. So I'll leave it at that. Appreciate it.
I'll just speak briefly as well. The word I kind of wanted to pick on was our lovely student who spoke from our athletics mission and vision committee, the word collaboration that she used. At the end of the day, this is all about collaboration, and it's all about every component and every piece of the puzzle working together to try to do the best for our students. And that includes our staff working directly with our students, those that are working on the grounds, and everybody from admin on down. And that's what makes things work well, is when we collaborate and when we talk and we work together for the better. So thank you all for being here.
Yeah, really message similar to what Paul had to say. I was also able to attend the graduations. It is really neat to see all the work that goes into both putting on that event and how smooth it went, as well as, of course, the capstone of what those students are able to achieve, and they get to move on to the next level. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Not to belabor the point that has been made just as far as fielding calls, emails, messages, conversations with numerous stakeholders that have shown a strong interest in helping to inform us as the board of their like or dislike of the trimester or the semester system. I think we come from a place of wanting to be receptive to as many voices as we can get in order to be informed in our decisions. And I'll speak, I think, for all of us in saying that it's not a decision we take lightly, looking at the points of view and keeping an open mind to what people like and dislike, experiences that people have, so that way we can make as informed a decision as we can. And so just to emphasize that this isn't something that I think we don't come to a decision flippantly when it comes to trying to make this decision, because we understand that it impacts students, teachers, parents, admin, staff, and any system can reverberate for many years to come. And as a parent who will have at least 4 children in this school system, I have buy-in, and I think it's just important to remember that as members of the community, we want what's best for the school system, the students, the parents, the teachers, admin, and our neighbors.
Just want to say thanks everybody for organizing a really great, excellent graduation at Ivy and Oasis and Fallbrook High School. I'm at the point where it's my students who are graduating and walking that stage, so having taught them in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade, and now handing them their diploma is something that's phenomenal, and it's a team effort, it's a community effort, and so thank you everybody who organized it and helped the kids graduate and, you know, follow their dreams. Next, we have report from Superintendent.
Yes, good evening, President and members of the board. I'm pleased to report, as you've already mentioned, that our graduation ceremonies across the district were highly successful and truly reflective of the pride and excellence of our schools and community. Each ceremony was thoughtfully organized, well-attended, and filled with meaningful moments celebrating the accomplishments of our students. Our graduates demonstrated resilience, determination, and a strong sense of community throughout their educational journeys. The ceremonies honored not only their academic achievements, but also their character, perseverance, and readiness for the next chapter. The first ceremony was Ivy High School's graduation. The Ivy High School class of 2026 marked the beginning of a tradition of excellence at Ivy High School. This class was the first Ivy High School class to have CTE completers. They are the first to commit to 4-year universities, opening doors and raising the bar for what is possible. And they are the first dual enrollment students from Ivy High School, already proving that they belong in college classrooms and beyond.
I would also like to take a moment to recognize and thank our dedicated group of Ivy teachers and staff who are truly the embodiment of what educational scholar Michael Fullan describes as teacher efficacy. Fullan defines teacher efficacy as the collective belief of educators in their ability to positively impact student learning and success, no matter the challenges. It is not just about individual skill, but about a shared commitment, collaboration, and the unwavering conviction that every student can achieve at high levels. Ivy staff demonstrate this every day through their commitment to excellence, their support of one another, and their deep belief in our students' potential. The success we witnessed at the graduation ceremony is a direct reflection of that collective efficacy in action. It is because of their dedication that our students crossed the stage, prepared, confident, and ready for the future. At Oasis High School, I'm especially proud to share that our very own student board member representative, Kira Hart, achieved a remarkable milestone by graduating with both a high school diploma and an Associate of Arts degree. This accomplishment exemplifies the high expectations and opportunities we strive to provide for all students. At the Oasis High School graduation, it was especially meaningful to see several new faces among our staff participating in the ceremony. These educators have already begun building strong relationships with students and contributing to a positive school culture. Their presence reflects the continued growth and strength of the Oasis community, and we are excited about the impact they will have on our student success in the years ahead. Fallbrook High School's graduation ceremony was smooth and beautifully executed, though it carried a bittersweet tone as we recognized several retirees whose contributions have left a lasting impact. Their influence has been felt in the classroom, on the athletic field, and in leadership roles across the campus. We are deeply grateful for their years of service and the legacy they leave behind in our students and school community. I would like to share that during the Fallbrook High School ceremony, there was a medical emergency involving an attendee. Trustee Jones and emergency personnel from North County Fire Protection District responded promptly and professionally, and the situation was handled effectively without disrupting the ceremony. We are grateful for the quick actions taken to ensure the safety and well-being of those involved. I also want to extend my sincere appreciation to all of the staff and administrators who work diligently behind the scenes to make these events seamless and memorable for our students and families. And finally, I would like to personally thank each of you, our board members, for being present at these celebrations. Your attendance sends a powerful message of support and pride. It truly means a great deal to our students, families, and the entire Fallbrook community, especially as a close-knit district where these shared moments matter so deeply. As you approach this important decision on tonight's agenda, I would like to respectfully remind the board of your critical role in governance, setting direction, weighing the broader impact of your decisions, and always keeping student outcomes at the center of your deliberations. Every action we take should ultimately support the success, well-being, and achievement of our students. It is also important to underscore that student success does not occur in isolation. It requires access to high-quality instruction, rigorous coursework, supportive relationships, and the resources necessary to meet diverse learning needs. When we make decisions, we must consider how they expand or limit that access for our students. Equity in opportunity is fundamental to achieving excellence, and ensuring all students have what they need to succeed is at the heart of our work. I want to assure you that regardless of the outcome of tonight's vote, the administration and I remain fully committed to moving forward in a positive and productive manner. We will continue to focus on improving student outcomes while thoughtfully addressing the concerns and needs of our staff. Our shared goal remains clear: to serve our students and community with integrity, purpose, and an unwavering focus on access and success for every learner. Thank you.
Next, we have Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP 2026-2027. I would like to call the public hearing for the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP 2026-2027, to order at 6:14 p.m. for the Fallbrook Union High School District. Notice is hereby given that the Board of Trustees of the Fallbrook Union High School District will conduct a public hearing regarding the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP 2026-2027. The district proposed Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP, for the 2026-2027 school year will be presented by Ms. Emily Toon. This is an informational item and will be presented for final approval and adoption at the June 23rd, 2026 regular meeting of the Fallbrook Union High School District Board of Trustees. Thank you, Ms. Toon.
Good evening, President and Superintendent and members of the board. I am here to present our local control accountability plan. So I have some of our overarching pieces of information that will be important for you. The document is quite lengthy. It's over 100 pages long, in case you want to take that for some reading material this evening. Ultimately, the local control accountability plan serves as our strategic plan for the district. It is a 3-year document, so we're actually finalizing year 2 and moving into the 3rd year of this particular iteration of our plan. It is a method of accountability. There are metrics and things that are tracked there in regards to our actions and the budget that we assign to each of those actions and our goals. And it's an opportunity for us to have continuous improvement. So as we are looking at this plan every single year, gathering educational partner feedback, looking at our data, we make revisions on a consistent basis, and then we do a large revise when we do our next 3-year iteration. On the left-hand side, this is just our most recent dashboard data, which is showing that we're approximately 73% socioeconomically disadvantaged. We have approximately 16% of our population who are students with disabilities and 21% who are English learners. We do have some new things as part of our LCAP this year. Historically, we've had 3 goals. The first is improving the engagement of our students and our families. The second is preparing all students for college and career. Speak louder, bring it up. There we go. The third is that all students demonstrate competency on our standards. And the fourth came into being last year because we are now recipients of equity multiplier funds. So both Ivy High School and Oasis High School are now receiving equity multiplier funds, which are distributed to schools that are over 70% socioeconomically disadvantaged and have a non-stability rate that exceeds 25%. So because there's a lot of ingress and excess from Oasis and from Ivy, and that does impact data, that does impact graduation rates. This is the state's way of trying to mitigate some of those outcomes and provide additional support for those students. So Ivy has been receiving equity multiplier funds, but Oasis is now newly receiving equity multiplier funds, and so they have an allocation of those funds next year. And as a condition of receiving those funds, they have to have a goal in our LCAP that is specific to their school. This is just a general overview. There's a lot of funding sources that are in this plan, but these are some of our biggest funding sources. So our state funding is that base grant in the light blue. Also, as part of our state funding, we receive supplemental and concentration grants, and those supplemental and concentration grants are provided to us for the priority group students in that left box, our English learners, our low income, and our homeless and foster. And so based on the number of those students, we receive those additional funds. The qualification for using those funds is those funds must be used to support the students in that box. All students can benefit, but the action has to be tied directly to services that are supporting those demographics based on the data that we've compiled. Oops. This is, again, just kind of an overall look at the budget. On the left, what you'll see, and this is in the LCAP in the document, the larger pie is our entire revenue sources. So the light blue is our state funds, our LCFF. The yellow, the green, and the kind of orange color are our federal, our local, and our state funds. The smaller circle to the right is actually taking those light blue funds and then breaking that up even further, so you can see the base grant, which is that dark blue, and the supplemental concentration, which is that light blue. And we have approximately $6 million for our supplemental concentration this year. On the right, this is the budget overview for parents. This is just illustrating the fact that our budget and our expenditures and our LCAP both match. And so it's approximately $43 million of expenditures that is part of our budget, and those are all reflected in our plan. Like I said, there's a lot of funding sources, and these are not all of them, but these are some of the more major funding sources that are in this plan. The supplemental concentration that you'll see at that approximately $6 million, and that has to be targeted to improve services for our low-income foster youth and English learners. Our equity multiplier funds, you can see the allocation there for both Ivy High School and Oasis High School, approximately $100,000. Again, those have to be in our LCAP. We have to base that on needs assessment data and metrics that are measuring the effectiveness of the use of those funds. Our Learning Recovery and Emergency Block Grant, we've actually had for a year or two now. We have been allocated about $2.86 million. We've spent about $1 million of those funds. The deadline to finish spending those funds is 2028. If we don't utilize those funds, they are subject to potentially being recouped by the state. Those also have to be included in the LCAP. They have to be part of our needs assessment process, and I have to be able to illustrate in the document exactly why we are using them and how they're tied to our needs assessment. Our federal funds, about $500,000 there. There will be a separate presentation later about our federal addendum and how we use those funds and the conditions of receiving those funds as well. And then last but not least, another source of revenue is our Prop 28, our Arts and Music in Schools funding, and we have approximately $300,000 coming in there, and that has some parameters around it that schools over 500 must spend 80% of these funds on staffing, but they may not supplant, they may only supplement. So we cannot pay, for example, existing art teachers we have, but we can pay to have additional art teachers. So those are just some of the key things that are in this plan. A major piece of developing this plan on an annual basis is to bring in educational partner voice. And so on the left underneath that picture, there's a variety of different ways that we are always gathering input. The positive of being part of a small community and a small school is your ears are always open and you're always listening to the things that your educational partners are saying. But we also have some more systemic opportunities for us to gather some of that feedback. Some of those opportunities including data so that the feedback is very informed. Some of the things that came from all of those opportunities was some of our strengths that have been discussed here are Warrior Pride Time. From our students to our parents to our teachers, there are a tremendous amount of people who consider this to be a very positive thing. We've heard a lot of positives about the AP and IB opportunities for our students, dual enrollment opportunities. We've seen some increased positivity around the counseling support, the 4-year plans. Our students and our parents are very appreciative of those. Course access and electives came up a lot from our parents and from our students. They really like our electives, they really like their options, they really like the choices. We also have a lot of wonderful extracurricular activities. Those came up a lot, and that's athletics, to clubs, to Saturday Academy, to Warrior Way. Those things are also very appreciated as well. And then school safety and belonging was an area that was appreciated also. Some things that we know are areas for continued growth based on our educational partner feedback. Student engagement and school culture. We had a lot more input from students this year about wanting opportunities to be engaged in the wider campus and in school spirit activities. Math achievement has been, as I think you've even heard from some of the people who've spoken tonight, math achievement has been something that we have been trying to focus on for a very, very long time, as have many schools across California. College and career opportunities, what we heard a lot here was really love dual enrollment, love the talk around A to G, love the counseling support and 4-year planning, but our parents want even more. They still want even more in regards to what are the steps, what does my kid need to do in 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade to make sure they are on the right path to go to college or to have those opportunities. So we continue to hear that we want even more there. Social emotional supports, we heard a request for more of those opportunities, both in the classroom and on campus at large. Communication and access to resources. We have a lot of wonderful resources, so we have heard from our educational partners that we would like those communicated a little bit better, some better streamlined communication across different departments and schools. And then, of course, as we know is coming up this evening, looking at our bell schedule and looking at the ways to best serve our students, our parents, our staff, in looking at that system and how that is supporting our kids and their achievement. So I could have given you a lot of data, but I gave you a lot of data at the last board meeting. So I did try to kind of consolidate to the areas of the most significant growth. And the way that our LCAP works is we look at growth across a 3-year cycle. So we look at it from year to year, but we really look at it across from our baseline data to where we are now. We're at the end of year 2. So all of this is looking at our growth since 2023. In college and career, in the college and career indicator, we had a 7.4 growth there, which is amazing. And it's a very complicated document, but you can pull it up on the California dashboard. That document on the left there with the dark brown and the orange and the kind of lighter brown, that really just shows you how our students are meeting college and career readiness. And what that's basically saying is, of our kiddos who are college and career ready, most of them are meeting college and career readiness or preparedness via their A to G requirements. Second highest number are meeting from their Smarter Balanced assessments, that 56.5%. Another area of growth is our graduation rate. So district-wide, since 2023, we have gone up. We're in the green indicator. And what you'll see in those little boxes, they are very tiny, I apologize, but we have multiple demographics that have seen an increase in graduation rates as well. So that's our long-term English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and our students with disabilities. Our English learners also showed some significant progress. They've moved from the red to the yellow, 33% to 43%. And then our long-term English learners made even more growth, from 33% to 48%. So they went from the red to the green. And that is tremendous growth. I know Ivy has had some tremendous growth in their LPAC scores, but Fallbrook High School has had growth for their students as well, and that can be attributed to a lot of the work that our teachers are doing, the LPAC preparation, our bilingual paraprofessionals, our ELD teachers, et cetera. Our students with disabilities, that's also a significant increase, 72% to 85.9%. Same thing, we went from the red to the green. So like I said, there's a lot more areas where we've actually seen growth, but I did try to focus on the areas where we had the most significant growth. Oops. So where we know that we need to continue to focus, students with disabilities are below, they are still below in both math and English, despite their growth in math. They're in the red performance level for English because they did not grow from one year to the next. Our long-term English learners are a new demographic on our dashboard. We are below standard for all of our students, but our long-term English learners are even further below standard. Our English learners in general, they did experience growth, but they are still below standard. So that's an area that we continue to focus on. And then math in general, we continue to focus on. So Tier 1 instruction, just making sure that we're doing everything we can in the classroom. First line of defense with our students is something that we always continue to focus on. Math support, looking at how we can bring in more Tier 2 supports. Literacy support, student engagement, and school culture and school spirit are all things that are a continued focus for us. These are just some actions of how the LCAP actually responds to those areas of focus. So for math achievement, we have our data reflection cycles, our common assessments. We are working with our ELD math tutorials during Warrior Pride Time, which we have found to be very effective. We also have peer tutoring that is performed by our MTSS, our multi-tier system of support, TOSA. We have Saturday Academy tutoring, which is peer tutoring, and we also have our Warrior Way supports. Student engagement, Warrior Pride Time is a big component of this. We are also working with SD9 Up with the county and trying to focus on our freshmen, because our freshmen are, we've known historically, have had a higher D and F rate, and they have that difficult transition from junior high up to high school, and so they are an area of focus for us and making sure that we are engaging them right off the bat with the school. And one of the ways that we're looking at doing that is our freshman seminar class. English learner support, we have our English learner facilitator, we have our ELD 3 and 4 supervisor, our math tutorials, ELD standards training, and our data reflection cycles to continue to support our ELs. Student wellness, we are looking at social emotional curriculum for Oasis High School. We have an additional counselor that we fund through the LCAP at Fallbrook High School. We have a social worker at Ivy High School. College and career readiness, we have career and technical education pathways, and we have a great breadth. Most people who come to our school, it's one of the things that they always say is, you guys have such a great, robust CTE program. So that is something that we continue to fund in our LCAP. dual enrollment opportunities. AVID data has shown that our AVID students tend to do better than our general population, so snaps to AVID. They do a great job. And then our IB program is also giving them college and career readiness opportunities, as well as our AP program. There we go. Specifically for Ivy High School and Oasis, because they are called out in our plan, some celebrations and some areas of focus there. They have been showing tremendous growth at Ivy with their graduation rate. They've been hovering the last few years in the 80 to the 90% range. Their suspension rate decreased from 7.1% to 3.8. They went from the red to the green in the dashboard. Their LP, I had to check the data multiple times, but they are amazing. They went from 25% to 73%. Areas of focus, which we expect to see some movement here, is college and career readiness indicator. They were 0%. And then they know internally they are constantly looking at their attendance and chronic absenteeism, and they're really working hard through their TIG, Targeted Intervention and Guidance System. What we have in the LCAP is actions for them, our Read 180 program, which might be a part of the growth in the LP. Our CSI coordinator also might be a part of that LP growth. Bilingual college and career liaison. We have a Boys to Men program to support our boys there. We have Art Empowers, which is funded with our Prop 28 money. We have a new CTE business pathway, and Gardner is looking at restructuring that campus very strategically to make sure it works effectively and has space for that lovely new CTE program. So a lot that's happening at Ivy, as Ilsa has also mentioned. Oasis. Also a receiver of our equity multiplier funds. They consistently have a high graduation rate. They do a great job there in the green. Low suspension rate. English language arts, they are above standard, and science, they are above standard as well. Some areas of focus, college and career indicator, that has also come up in some of their staff meetings, their CPT meetings, and their WASC meetings. Their math, again, math is an area and a hot spot for all of us. 102 points below standard. So social emotional learning came up as an area of focus for WASC, as I mentioned earlier. So the actions you'll see in the LCAP specifically for Oasis, especially utilizing those equity multiplier funds, are training for independent study, providing that opportunity for our teachers to get that training, social emotional curriculum that we're going to start looking into, math tutoring and support, college and career experiences for those students, and some technology upgrades at Oasis High School. Our Learning Recovery Block Grant, as I had mentioned before, about $2.8 million for that allocation. We've spent about $1 million. Over the next 2 years, there's approximately $800,000 that's being allocated across those 2 years. And we are focusing on Tier 1 instruction, MTSS, math and literacy support, and student engagement. And a lot of the things that you've already heard, but some of that money goes towards AVID, some of it goes towards Warrior Pride Time, some of that's going towards School City, which is part of the data that is pulled together for our teachers as part of their DRS collaboration process. Edmentum and courseware is our online curriculum that's utilized extensively at Oasis and then across Ivy and Fallbrook High School as well. Summer school is largely funded out of LRABG and Saturday Academy as well. And our learning walks are also funded out of LRABG. Just to highlight things that have changed, we are looking at freshman seminar and bringing that into our plan for next year and whether that's feasible still. We are looking to expand math intervention, so our ELD tutorials, purchasing some online support for some of those, continuing our Saturday Academy peer tutoring and Warrior Way. Our Ivy CTE expansion is new, so there's some actions in there that are specific to that. Our Oasis social emotional curriculum and college and career experiences are also new. We are going to continue our tiered system of support across all of our different schools, making sure that we are increasing our communication, but also expanding our Tier 2 opportunities for interventions. We are reducing an intervention room position. We had about $6.4 million this year, and we are reducing to $6.1 million next year. So we did have to make some cuts out of our supplemental concentration. That was one of those cuts. Continued LREBG investments, AVID ELD tutorials, summer school, Saturday Academy. Our English learners and students with disabilities, we are going to continue our EL facilitator position and our ELD 3 and 4 supervisor stipend position, but both of those positions have been altered. You'll see those coming up on our board agenda. That's due to the reduction of our funds for supplemental concentration. So the EL facilitator position has been reduced and the ELD 3 and 4 position has been converted into a stipend. Other things to just keep in mind, we did have funds this year, such as our Educator Effectiveness Grant, which have sunset. So we no longer have those funds moving into next year. Arts Block Grant were funds that we have been receiving the last few years. Those have sunset as well. And we had 2 A to G grants, and those have also sunset. Again, our plan reflects our dashboard data, our stakeholder feedback, the use of the funds, our equity multiplier requirements, CSI requirements, and our LREBG requirements. So, any questions?
No questions. Thank you. Sorry, are there any public comments for the public hearing for the Local Control Accountability Plan? None? Let the record show that no one addressed the board regarding this topic. I'm adjourning the public hearing at 6:35 p.m. Next, I would like to call the public hearing for the proposed district budget fiscal year 2026-2027 in order at 6:36 p.m. for the Fallbrook Union High School District. Notice is hereby given that the Board of Trustees of the Fallbrook Union High School District will conduct a public hearing regarding the proposed district budget fiscal year 2026-2027. The proposed district budget fiscal year will be presented by Ms. Brenda Mefford. This is an information item and will be presented for final approval and adoption at the June 23rd, 2026 regular meeting for the Fallbrook Union High School District Board of Trustees. Go ahead, Ms. Mefford.
Thank you. Okay, this evening I have the proposed budget for the 26-27 fiscal year. Starting with our unrestricted and restricted revenues. LCFF is the major source of our revenues, and that's $31.1 million. Restricted at $187,000, that's our special ed property taxes. For a combined $31.3 million of LCFF. Federal, unrestricted, we have $1.1 million with $1.8 million of restricted for a combined $2.9 million. Our state revenue is $1,048,000, restricted $3,596,000 for a combined $4,644,000 in state revenues. Local revenues, unrestricted $441,000, restricted $2.2 million for a combined 2.6. So total unrestricted and restricted, our combined revenues we are expecting for the 26-27 school year are $41,662,940. There is supposed to be a pie graph there that I don't see, but just to break down, 75% of our combined revenues come from LCFF sources. That's the state aid and our property taxes. And 7% of our revenues are federal, 7% are local, and 11% are state. I have a sheet here of the details of the unrestricted, because unrestricted it's a big pot, and so it helps when I kind of break it down for you. So out of the $31 million in LCFF, on the unrestricted side, I just want to make sure I always remind everyone that $6,145,030 of those are supplemental concentration. So they are restricted in a sense that they are only supposed to be spent on the students that earn them, which are the foster youth, English language learners, low socioeconomic, and homeless. And then our federal, on the unrestricted side, because we get $1.1 million, and $1 million of that is impact aid that we get for our students that are military impacted, and also for Camp Pendleton. because we're impacted because of Camp Pendleton. If that was housing tracts, we would be getting property tax and we would be getting students from there. So that ends up being the majority. And then JROTC, because the Marines do recoup, they do pay us for one of the instructors that we have here on campus. And so that's $100,589 is what we get from the military for JROTC. The under other state, it's $1,048,000. Home to school transportation is $555,000 of that we get from the state to offset some of our home to school transportation costs. Our mandated block grant, we get $141,000, and our unrestricted lottery, $350,000. Those all fall under state revenues. Then in our local revenues, we've budgeted $441,000. They're a bunch of little things, but the main ones are use of facilities, our PAC and our fields that yields us $105,000. Our swimming program this year is $25,000. It's usually about twice that, but because the pool will be closed this summer, so I'm only budgeting for June of 26-27, not July and August. So, and then we get about $200,000 in interest for our fund balance. So that's the details of the revenue. And then we'll go into expenditures. So for 26-27, we have budgeted $15.2 million in certificated salaries, $7.3 million in classified salaries, and benefits. Statutory STRS, PERS, and health and welfare benefits are budgeted at the $10,545,000. Books and supplies, just under $2 million. Services, operating expenses are $7.6 million. That does include our transportation. It includes our property and liability insurance. It includes our legal costs. That's where all of that comes under. It's usually an object code. I usually speak about it as 5,000s, and that's where that comes from. Capital outlay, $171,000. That's anything that's going to improve a structure or any item that's over $5,000. Other outgo is $872,000. Half of that is the loan that the district is paying for the solar project. We usually pay about $437,000 a year, paying back that loan. And then the other half of that is what we pay to the SELPA. And that's for all of our special ed that we get our case managers, and like we used to have our students go to North County Academy. So anything that we purchase through the SELPA, that falls under that other outgo. And the indirect costs, that's the money, it's a negative number because that's money the general fund receives as we charge it to the restricted funds. So that brings our expenditures to $43,698,000. And they've also showed our SACS forms, which accompany the budget, shows how we spend by function. So usually throughout the year, I always present by object, which is the category we're spending in, but the standardized account code structure has many components, and so you can point out the function. And so I just want to point out that we spend 64% of our expenditures are spent on instruction-related services, 10% are on pupil services, and then the 2%, that's ancillary services, community services, and then 8% is general administration, and then 13%, that's the plants and services, so that's everything from grounds, maintenance, custodial, everything that comes under a function of plants and services. So that's where that one is. And the assumptions that I used in preparing this budget are the reduction of 5 certificated FTE in the 26-27 year. There's no increase in STRS, and there's now a minimal increase in PERS, where if you recall, back the last 8 years or so, there was always about a 2.5% increase projected to PERS. PERS is what is usually charged for most of our classified staff. So for every dollar that we pay them, we pay 20-some% into their PERS benefits. And I have a chart to show you exactly what those numbers are, but those are now starting to level out and actually starting to decrease in the outer years. So that's a positive for us. And then in the third year, in my multi-year projection, we did have to show a reduction of $470,000. It's just a blanket reduction because I don't know what if the enrollment goes up, then that won't be necessary. There could be attrition in there. I just have to show that it's positive. So I don't have, that doesn't apply to anything specific. It's just to make my number be positive. So I said I used the COLA here, and what we use, so you see the COLAs, 26, 27, 27, 28, 28, 29, 29, 30. 2.87 is the statutory COLA for the 26-27 fiscal year. In the governor's budget, when it was announced, and at the May revision, there is talk, and it's probably going to come to fruition, that they're including a 1.44% augmentation, making it a 4.31 super COLA, if you will. And whenever there's additional funds that weren't anticipated, then we either get an increased COLA or we get the money in one-time funds, which I do expect to also receive some one-time funds. They are not included in this budget because we are advised to not include the one-time funds until after July 1, when the budget has actually been adopted, and we know for sure that we will be funded on that. Same as with the COLA. So I first did the budget with the 4.31 COLA, and then I was told, no, you should really only do the 2.87. And they really pointed that out at the governor's budget, and I included the slide. This is how much they're telling us, do not use the 4.31, use the 2.87. So I did that for now. But in July 1, if it comes out, then I will come back and we have 45 days to issue a budget revision. And at that time, we will have whatever change in COLA, if there is one, as well as the one-time funds. So here's the STRS and PERS rates. STRS has remained the same at 19.10%, and then PERS has fluctuated, and like I said, in the past, it was going up every year, about 2.5%. It's now leveled out. So this year it's 26.4, goes to 26.9, and then 26.10, then down to 25. So I thought that was really good news. And as you know, I know last budget meeting, or last board meeting, there was some discussion as enrollment and ADA. It gets a little confusing, and so I just want to remind that we have our enrollment that is a snapshot in time on Seabeds Day, which is the first Wednesday of October. We then report our ADA, which is our attendance of all of those students enrolled coming to school every day. That cumulative count, that is our P2, which is the 8th month of school, which for us is March. So at the end of March, what we report, that is what we are funded on. And I did want to point out here that we also have, there's a difference in enrollment. So for instance, on the first Wednesday of October, Seabeds Day, we had 2,013 students enrolled in the district. And then by the time that we got to P2, which was March, we lost 14 of those because we went to 1999. That was our actual enrollment, but our P2 attendance, the ADA, was 1868.67. So that's a 93.4% attendance rate. And that is what we're funded on, the 1,868.67. So in projecting going forward, I've done an average, and we usually lose about maybe 30 students in enrollment. And so I go ahead and I project that. So I went from 1999, then I was a little less conservative, I went to 1983, and then since our attendance rate is usually about 93%, I am projecting a P2 at 2627 of 1847. So that's where I use that in the LCFF calculator that then calculates what our revenue will be. And so then from 1983, then 2728 goes to 1953, 93% of that, so on and so forth. And so that's what we use at this time, and that's how I come up with the projected P2 and how I come up with what our revenue is going to be. And then the multi-year projection. So in our multi-year projection, we have the beginning balance, and then you take the beginning balance, you add this year's expected revenues, you subtract this year's expenditures, and as you see, we are deficit spending, and that gives us an ending fund balance of $5.5 million. That's combined, unrestricted, and restricted. So not to be confused, I did break out that of that 5.5, 2.9 million of that is restricted, and $35,000 you always see in the budget line, that's what we have to keep for revolving cash. So that gives us, then we have our reserves that we have to have 3% of our total expenditures have to be put and budgeted for economic uncertainty, 3% reserve. That amount is $1,310,940. That gives us an unassigned fund balance at the end of 26-27 of $1,233,333. So that's a total reserve of about 5.82. This is our projection for 26-27. You take that ending fund balance, it then becomes the beginning fund balance of the subsequent year. You add the revenues, subtract the expenditures, and then we end with another ending fund balance of $3,043,000. Of that, $1.4 million is restricted, so 1.3 is the reserves, and then that gives us $216,452. That's unassigned. Same thing, you take that ending balance, it becomes the next, and you see how that goes. So we end in the 28-29 school year with $5,000, which is just 3%. We did make our 3% reserves. In order to file a positive budget, you have to be able to show that you have made your reserves and still have $1 left over in the unassigned, and we have done that. But in that 28-29, I did have to reduce by the $470,000. So that's that. And I did add a slide that I have never included before, that I was asked to show what it would cost, since at the last board meeting, the Teachers Association president said, why don't we, what she suggested, we be proactive instead of reactive, and what would it cost if we took the statutory COLA of 2.87% and added it to the salaries. So that was that. Where I'm not going to be presenting that, that might be considered bargaining outside of the table. I'm not doing anything like that. I was just asked to show what it would cost, and all we did was take it on the salaries and the statutory benefits. So it didn't increase health and welfare or anything, but I was asked to show what that would do. So if we took everything as it stands and increased everybody's salaries 2.87%, it changes our ending fund balance, and in the first year, 26-27, we are still positive, and we still have an overall reserve of 4.4%. Then when we get in all of that, same story, ending fund balance becomes the next year's beginning fund balance, and then we end up negative. So could we adjust that and be positive in 27-28? It wouldn't take much. But then the problem is you get into 28-29, and then it's usually the story the third year, and then it's significantly negative there. So it's included there, so just everybody, I was asked to do that, so there you go. And then in our other funds, so Fund 13 is our food service cafeteria fund. It is restricted only to food service. All of our food service personnel is paid from Fund 13. And for the 26-27 year, they're going to start the beginning balance with just under $3 million. They've actually held pretty steady since COVID with an ending fund balance every year of about $3 million. The revenues they expect to earn are $2 million. They're going to spend 2.2, so they're going to end with 2.7 and their ending fund balance when the 26-27 year closes. Fund 21 is probably not going to be like this. I was just approving apps before I came over here. I expected that we would spend all of our bond funds down in this year, but it looks like we might end up with $1 million extra, but budgeting that we were going to spend most everything in the 25-26 school year, then we would only have had like $146,000 carried over to next year, and we'd get maybe $50,000 in interest because we still do have over $1 million. And then expense, we'd pretty much in that, so we're pretty much gonna wipe out by the end of 26-27, guaranteed, our bond fund will be completely depleted. Fund 25 is our developer fees, and right now we have a balance of $12,000, so that's what we'll be starting the year with. And we will take in about $100,000. That's about our average just from local. We're kind of done seeing the big housing developments where we took in millions of dollars in developer fees. So we're down to just local. So, and if we have any expenditures, we did do the ag program. The new buildings were all used. We used developer fees for that, as well as the additional portable buildings over by maintenance on Fallbrook High School's campus. Those were used because they're new rooms. Developer fees were used for those. And so finished paying off any of those. So we'd end up just kind of about the same. We're not going to end up with much developer fees. And then our Fund 40. So Fund 40, that's where when we get our impact aid, we budget, as I said in our revenues, we budget $1 million. Sometimes the federal government gives us additional. If they have more money, they disperse it out to the schools. And with that, we take that, and then that's what we move to Fund 40. And we also use some of that money and deposit it into our OPEB trust that we have for our other post-employment benefits. And so outside of that, so over the years, we've been doing that. So between those annual deposits and the interest that money has earned in the Treasury, right now we're sitting at $4.8 million for that. I know sometimes that's referred to as our pool fund, but that's where we are with that fund right now. And so at budget, I'm supposed to always make sure that we detail what our excess reserves are, because we're required to have 3% reserves. We have 5.82, so that excess reserves that's an additional 1.2 million. And as you recall, we used to have a 6% reserve requirement in this district, and then the last couple years, the board voted to go back to the regular required 3%. So, and we're always trying to maybe get back to that 6%. So that's one thing listed. And then we don't know what our decline is, and so we do want to keep some reserves for that. And what we've been experiencing, if you're all familiar with AB 218, and that's the excess liability claims. And for that, this year, for 25-26, we didn't have to pay anything out, but we were told to budget what we paid out last year in 24-25, budget that for 26-27, and so that amount that we paid out was $266,804. That was not a claim against our district directly, but we are in a pool, so the pool was hit with claims, and that was the total, had to be divided by all members of the pool. That was our share. So I have increased the budget. That's in our 5,000 line, and it's higher than usual because we will be probably paying another set of claims in the 26-27 school year. So that's been included, and since it's very up in the air, it's all a guess, I have no idea. And so it's a good idea to have some extra reserves, because at first or second interim, we may have to increase the budget. And when you increase the budget, it comes from the reserves. And then there's a new proposal that we'll know after the governor's budget is done, AB 65, and that's the 14-week paid disability and parental leave for maternity leave. And so we've calculated that would cost our district $127,400 in sub-costs. And so that's why we have that. I didn't add it to the budget, but it is going to be part of, if it comes to fruition, based on the maternities that we had last year. We just did a rough calculation. That's about the estimate. So that's where we would use these reserves to increase that budget. That is all I have. Do you have any questions?
I do. In your budget assumptions, you stated that there's a reduction of 5 certificated FTEs. So that's regardless of whatever system's in place, that reduction, which I have questions, and I'm going to meet with you later on about this, but the reduction of 5 certificated FTEs, regardless of whatever system's in place, you already budget that in.
Yes, those were the ones that we've already, they were either retirements in the 25-26 school year that we didn't replace, or the teachers that we had to RIF. That's what those are. That's the savings from that.
And to answer your question, it's under the current system because we can't assume that you're going to vote one way or another. So it's
Okay.
under the trimester.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Quick question. The COLA 2.87 is what we calculated. We end the third year on a positive budget. So I think as a board that represents fiscal responsibility as a whole of, and it's not a huge reserve past the state 3%, but at 2.87 and the third year it's like $5,600, that's our reserve. If we have to do an addendum per state's COLA of 1.44 additional, where is our budget anticipating third year with just the state COLA? As the budget looks, if we added in an additional 1.44, I can't imagine our third year is positive. Is that correct?
No, it's better. If we add in the COLA, that's additional revenue, and we're not adding the actual expenditures. So I think it ends up, because I did it, and it's like $700 and some thousand positive. It's a surplus. It looks very nice.
Yeah, no, I think it's a revenue from the state that we're getting increase, not just 2.87, but an additional 1.44. So our budget in the third year as stands goes up from 5,000 to 700 something.
Correct.
That's my really only question, but I know we've discussed this, and we don't have to take a lot of time on it. The liability claims that we've talked about, and just for public knowledge, we're a pool of a whole bunch of different districts that all pay for liability insurance, and if a school has something that they have to pay out for whatever reason, any school other than ours, the pool allotment that we're paying as a whole, everybody's goes up. So if we're pooled with 4 schools, one school has a claim, pays $1 million, everybody's insurance goes up to help pay for their mistakes or their claim.
Correct. Yes, that's the pros and cons of a pool, because when it's us, we are happy that we have the pool to help us spread that cost. But when it's someone else and we have to pay our share, then that's a negative.
And this might be a loaded question, but at some point, is there a breaking point for what we've paid or we do pay to break off to have our own individual insurance rather than staying in the pool? Is there a breaking point financially that makes sense? Or is it just astronomically expensive to be on your own and not in the pool?
Besides expensive, there's a huge risk if we're way too small to be on our own. We tried that with our medical benefits. We went out of our pool, we went on our own with Aetna. Those of you that were here remember that. And then we were seeing a 40% increase. We could not do that, and then that's when we ended up going back, and that's when we ended up then going into a pool, and that's how we are on our medical benefits. So we've never tried to be out of the pool that I'm aware of for our liability. And this isn't our usual claims. This is the AB 218, where it can go till you're 40 years old. You can claim if anybody had harmed you. So that a lot of those are happening, and that's what's this huge increase.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We've talked about it at length. I think just general transparency for the public, they acknowledge why that increase is. It's not necessarily our doing, it's multiple pool associates that create an increase. So thank you. That was all I got. Great job.
And that really has gone up. It's the survivor rights complaints. There is language that is being worked on now to try to put caps on damages because, as Brenda said, it's very difficult when a school district gets sued for something that happened 40 years ago. You don't have the records, you don't have the people that were there to be able to defend yourself. It's now being extended to fire departments and police departments, so there's a big push from legislators to try and refine that language to put caps on the damages, because for next year, the state is projected to spend $4 billion in state cost because of these types of claims. So I do urge our board members, you get the emails from CSBA saying send a letter. They usually send you the template, sign it, and send it in, because the more support that we can put, or the more pressure we can put on the state to change some of this language, the better off we would be.
Brenda, I'm going to ask a dumb question. You ready for a dumb question? Back to the COLA versus the super COLA, because I've had many conversations. Is the additional 1.44, which we may or may not get, is that a one-time, or will that, if we were to get that, is that going to continue as the baseline going forward?
Right now, it's just proposed for the 26-27 school year.
So if we, looking at your page here, if we were to get the 4.31 in 26-27, when we go to 27-28, we're not going to start at the 4.3, we're going to start at the 2.8 and grow from there?
Well, you take our base and then you add the COLA. So where we get, it's not always an increase, because what it does, because we're declining enrollment, if we were not declining and we were static, it would be an increase every year. But what it does is it kind of offsets our decline in enrollment. That's what the COLA does, and it's supposed to be for increased costs, as you see when everything goes up. So it's not like we're going to start there. It would be more money in our pocket, yes. And so for 26-27, that's why when you do it, our third year ends up very healthy if we were to get that 4.31. But I also didn't budget the costs that it's intended for. The reason that there is the super COLA is to help offset the cost of the new maternity leave, if that comes to fruition, because like we said, that's an additional $126,000. So in my multi-year projection, I budgeted the revenue, but not really knowing what the costs are. I did not budget those in the line items where they go. That's why I assigned them in our excess reserves.
All right, thank you. No other questions.
And another upcoming expenditure that these funds are for, the Super COLA, is the personal finance requirement that goes into effect with the class of 2031. So right now it's a funded requirement. It'll be a graduation requirement. Anytime you add a course, it costs money to purchase textbooks, to create it, et cetera. So it's to offset some of those costs as well.
Brenda, I just have a question about so going from the 26-27, if the Super Cola is implemented, does that impact the 27-28 and the next couple as well? Does that change what those numbers are, or would it still be 3.30, 3.09, and 3.11?
We don't know that until you get into the budget because they assign the COLA based on the revenues received in that year. And that's why for 26-27, more revenues than anticipated were received into the state. And that's the reason for the COLA. And then that does flow in because this is a higher COLA, that 3.3, because we were over in the 2s. And so it would depend, because when they come into the end of next year, in 26-27, if we have over revenues, if they receive more revenues than they projected to receive, then we can get a higher COLA at that time. And sometimes I've seen it where at budget in January, they'll project a very high COLA, we go ahead and budget, then we come to the May revise, things have changed, and then they lower it. And now you've got this initial budget with extra $100,000 revenue based on the COLA, and then if the COLA goes down 1%, then we lose that because that's added to our base. So our base is like $13,112 per ADA. And so you take that 13,000 and then you add 4.3% to that, and you do that times 1,900, and it gets into hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Okay, so it sounds like at least we can't extrapolate out if the Super Cola is included yet into what the multi-year projections are going to be, because we have to wait till we're in that next year for that to even populate what the number is.
Yeah, and that's why they're so adamant at only use the 2.87, because the 2.87 is guaranteed to be funded. The additional 1.44, it's not. It's the way the revenues are, it's more than likely it is going to be, but we are not supposed to budget that because we don't know until the budget is signed and approved by July 1.
Are there any public, thank you. Are there any public comments for the public hearing for the proposed district budget fiscal year? Anything else? All
Sorry,
right.
I had one more question. I forgot about it. Brenda, the other outgoing, that amount you said at least partially was paying back for the solar, is that true?
Yes, our solar loan, we borrowed $6.7 million to build the solar project, and we pay about $437,000 a year in principal and interest.
Okay.
But what are we paying in the change of utilities of what it's producing to offset? And not that you have that number, but that was the point of the solar was, yes, we're paying 400, but we were paying quite a bit of that utility every month. We are truly saving money by having the solar, correct?
Yes, because right now our electricity the cost has reduced by $350,000 a year, and then once the battery is up and running and all of that, we will see greater savings. So it will eventually then have a gain to us.
And with that gain is a state refund, correct? That, who knows when the state pays that, but they're like, it's not just we're paying 400 for a loan. We're saving money. It was a good investment long-term to save electrical costs and pay for a loan that will end, so.
The loan will end, yes, and there is a rebate, and we did receive, and what we're trying to do is use the rebate money. It was $1.2 million, and with that rebate money, we want to finish paying off the battery, so we don't have that. And then I'm working with legal counsel to see with that excess money from the rebate, how much can we pay towards the loan to pay it off sooner. There's prepayment and there's IRS arbitrage and all that. So we're looking into all those issues, but yes. And then eventually, the sooner the loan is paid off, then that will all just be savings.
All right, thank you for your comments to the board on this topic. I'm adjourning public hearing at 7:14 p.m. Next, we have Education Services, information item 2026-2027, Proposition 28, Report and Plan, Arts and Music Education Funding Program. This is an information item, and it will be presented, it will be on the next board meeting agenda for action.
Lots more talk about money. This is some good news. Prop 28 is some money that we received to fund art and music in schools, and as a condition of receiving these funds, we have to do an annual report and then also an annual report out to the board how we're planning to use those funds in the subsequent fiscal year. So this is just to give you some information about where we've been, purpose of these funds. It's ongoing funding. It's 1% of our LCFF each year. The purpose of this is to expand the arts programs at schools, especially schools over 500. If there are over 500 students, there is a requirement to spend 80% of these funds on staffing. So just some highlights from 25-26. Our allocation for 25-26 was $369,494. We did have carryover from the previous fiscal year, 24-25, in the amount of $228,827. So we had approximately $600,000 to work with this year. We did develop a plan in conjunction with both site principals, with our VAPA department chairs, and educational partners from each school site. And the way that those funds were used is we are currently funding additional art teacher position. Actually, these funds coincided with our move to the trimester system, which worked out really well. The funds are meant to supplement and not supplant. If you feel like looking it up, LA Unified got themselves into a little bit of trouble in regards to supplanting rather than supplementing with these funds. So because we had expanded opportunities with the trimester program, it was a really perfect timing for us to put in an additional art teacher position. And that has continued now for 2 years. We also fund 2 classified band support positions and a classified dance instructional position. We also invest in materials, equipment, supplies, arts program enhancement, expanded access to arts electives. There was a lot of work done in our art classes this year. They look really great. We have now additional sinks in many of those classrooms, some additional storage cabinets. We were able to replace some of the counters and some of the desks in a variety of areas. We replaced both of the kilns in ceramics. So these funds have been really helpful, along with our Arts Block grant, which did sunsets June 30th of this year, to do some upgrades for our VAPA department. We have also been offering glass blowing and arts classes through Saturday Academy. And we've also upgraded a room specifically for our teatro class. So there is a portable stage there. There's an area for them to store costumes. There's storage space for our teatro teacher below that classroom as well. So these funds have been really helpful and really effective. Just so you can see the impact that these funds have had, 22-23 in comparison to 25-26. 22-23, we were not receiving these funds, and like I said, it just happened to coincide, and it worked out well for us that we started the trimester in 23-24. But the enrollment in each of those classes, you can see there in that middle column, with a total of 747 students who are originally gaining access to our visual and performing arts classes. 25-26 enrollment, you can see by each individual program, but you can see that now we are servicing 1,255 students. Our staffing, due to these funds, and again, we are required to increase our staffing with these funds. We moved from 6.99 FTEs for our certificated staff to 7.38 FTEs. And then for our classified staffing, that went from 0. We had no classified positions for our arts programs, and that increased to 1.5. So that has provided some expanded course access across art, dance, band, ceramics, teatro, choir, yearbook, and additional elective opportunities for our students. What we plan to do moving forward, this is our projection. We don't have a final allocation amount until we get a little bit further into fall, but we are projecting to receive, based on our 1% of our LCFF, approximately $300,000. We do have carryover in the amount of $232,829. We actually for the past few years in our arts programs have been offering 5/4 positions, which means our teachers normally teach 4 classes each trimester, but we've had some carryover funds each year, and so they've taken on, many of them, 5 classes per trimester. They have been a little bit fatigued, and our numbers are a little bit lower than they've been due to some declining enrollment. But a lot of what those carryover funds are used, even when they carry over from one year to the next, we still have to adhere to the 80% for staffing. And so that's one of the ways we've been addressing the 80% staffing, is those one-off classes and opening them when we needed that space for our students. So our total estimated available funds is about $558,827, and we are planning to maintain our expanded arts staffing in the 26-27 school year, continuing to try to increase our student access and participation. Our visual and performing arts team is actually looking at trying to create some marketing paraphernalia to show what the pathways are here for the arts. San Diego County Office of Ed provides some structure around career and technical education pathways, but our team would like to do something similar so that that can be more transparent for students and parents in regards to the opportunities they have here at Fallbrook High School, Ivy, and Oasis. We enhance our programs with guest artists and partnerships. You'll see in some of the next slides at Ivy and Oasis, we use some of those funds for Art and Powers and investments there. So if you break it down by each of our different areas, we've got band, the coaches, the equipment, the repairs, and instructional support. We have guest choreographers in dance and performance support, art and ceramics, materials, workshops, equipment, like I mentioned, the kilns, making sure that we're staying on top of all of those things. Yearbook and teatro, our teacher works with industry experts. We've increased our technology there and culturally relevant experiences for our students. She takes them to see plays, which is really outstanding. That's a picture of some of the work that Ivy has done over the past few years with Art Empowers. They put together an entire booklet, and it has artwork, it has poetry, and it's an opportunity for our students to express themselves through the arts. It's another version of Art Empowers in the book that Ivy has created, but just to further illustrate what is happening at Ivy and Oasis high schools, because they're not more than 500 students at each of those schools, that 80% staffing does not apply to them. So we do a lot more with contracting out with our services and making sure that we're getting materials for our students. It's a poem from one of our students at Ivy High School, but just big takeaways, that this funding has really supported our students' access to the arts here at Fallbrook Union High School District. And we are continuing to look at supporting that staffing in 26-27 and the program quality, and we're compliant with the requirements so that we can continue to receive these funds. Questions?
No questions. Thank you. Next, we have information item, Local Control Accountability Plan, Federal Addendum, 2026-2027.
All right. As I mentioned, for our Local Control Accountability Plan, that's really our overarching plan. That includes everything. But as a condition of receiving federal funds, we are required to have a federal addendum, and that federal addendum is intended, similar to those Prop 28 funds, to supplement and not supplant the things that we are doing with our state funding. So this is just to give you an idea of how each of these federal funds supports our local control and accountability plan. Our Title I funds are received for our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and we have actions. We use a lot of these funds for AVID. You'll see that in goals 1, 2, and 4 of our LCAP. We also use these funds for our bilingual college and career liaison, who's split across Fallbrook High School campus and Ivy High School's campus. Title II are our professional learning funds. So these are largely used for contracts with professional learning, or primarily for paying subs when our teachers are pulled out of the classroom to do curriculum or instruction work or professional learning. And so you'll see that alignment in Goal 3 of our LCAP. Title III are specifically for our English language learners, and so they are referenced in Goals 1 and 3 heavily. Title III immigrant, we are actually not receiving Title III immigrant funds. We have to meet a certain percentage of increased enrollment in the number of immigrant students that we receive, and we've actually declined in the number of immigrant students that we are receiving, so we no longer receive our Title III immigrant funds. But they are still referenced in goals 1, 2, and 3. Title IV is our broad access to courses of study, technology, and mental health. Those are all referenced in goals 1, 2, and 3. And again, these funds must align to the Every Student Succeeds Act, and they are meant to supplement, not supplant. So just the Title I highlights. Like I said, primarily these funds are used for AVID, but there are a lot of conditions and requirements to receiving these funds. We are required to always ensure that our credentialing is up to date, that we provide notifications in an annual notification process through our data confirmation to parents in regards to credentialing and effective teachers in the classroom. We are required to put some money aside for family engagement, but like I said, we have a bilingual college and career liaison that's funded out of our Title I. We do pull an allocation to the side, about $2,000, that's specifically for our homeless students, and a lot of the time that's used for anything. It might be paying off fees that they weren't able to pay for. It could be for backpacks, it could be for transportation, a variety of different things for our McKinney-Vento students. And then we do allocate funds to the school sites, so those are outlined even further in their school plan for student achievement. All of these plans are meant to align together. Ivy High School, along with their Title I funds, also is receiving CSI funds, and those CSI funds are also federal funds and are required to be part of their single plan for their schools. And the allocations you can see there are in the middle. We have about $370,000 of our Title I. We've actually been decreasing in the amount that we've been allocated over the years. Like Brenda mentioned, it's also subject to change. We get allocated an amount, and as we continue through the year, sometimes those are updated. So our Title II, one of the conditions of receiving Title II funds for professional learning is that the professional learning that's happening at a school is it's not a one and done. It has to be something systemic, something that's continuous, where we're providing continual support to our teachers and our classified staff. So we do a lot of different things. We have our curriculum alignment, our common assessments, data reflection sessions, which are basically PLCs, professional learning communities, but we call them DRS. We have learning walks to support our teachers, allow them to see best practices in one another's classrooms. We run an ELD standards training at the beginning of each year for any new teachers. We also provide support for our co-teachers and students with disabilities, and our BITSA induction support program for any new teachers in the district. Most of this, even though there's parameters to receive it, some of these things are paid for with LREBG, but we're required to do them to receive the funds in the first place. We primarily use the funds for our substitute costs. Our 26-27 focus, we just are going to continue to focus on our English learners, our students with disabilities, our Ivy High School students, because we have seen in our needs assessment that that's some of the areas that we need to put some time and attention. Our Title III highlights, and the allocation is there in the top right-hand corner at about $61,000. We, again, a lot of parameters around what you must do. So for example, offering the LPAC exam is a condition of receiving your federal funds. You have to be offering that exam yearly. You have to be tracking the growth of your English language learners in the system. We are supporting our ELs with PD. We support them with the LPAC exam. We provide parent leadership and engagement opportunities. This year it was Dr. Victor Rios who came and spoke with many of our parents. We provide academic tutoring through ELD tutoring, our Warrior Pride Time, Warrior Way, and we also have our EL facilitator and our ELD 3 and 4 supervisor to track and monitor the progress of our English language learners. One of the conditions, again, of receiving the funds, we have to track our progress and see evidence of progress. We are seeing growth in the number of Seal of Biliteracy students. Despite the fact that we have declining enrollment, that number has continued to go up. It will have to plateau eventually, but that's always good news. We are seeing increased access to rigorous coursework, which we think might be attributed to the growth in the LP scores for our students. Improved English, like I said, improved LP scores, and then we have improved monitoring and support systems for our English learners with our EL facilitator and our ELD 3 and 4 supervisor. Title IV, we use our Title IV money for well-rounded education, safe and healthy students, and effective use of technology. The allocation is there in the top right, about $28,000. Primarily, this is used to support our International Baccalaureate program. We have a teacher who supports us in making sure that that program is run effectively, and so that goes to a stipend to make sure that that program is being monitored along with our AP program. And that's really intended for giving our students access to some of those rigorous courses that are going to hopefully get them on that path and trajectory towards college and or career. We do use a portion of it to support our technology coaches, sending them to professional learning. And we do use a portion for trauma-informed practices and student wellness. And that's all the information for our federal funds. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Okay, business services, action item. Comments or questions? None? Thank you. Next, business services, action item, resolution number 2020-2526, acknowledging 6 certifications required to submit modernization funding applications to the Office of Public School Construction. May I get a motion, please?
A motion for the action item, resolution number 20-2526, acknowledging 6 certifications required to submit modernization funding applications to the Office of Public School Construction.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Mr. Christensen, second by Mr. Jones. Comments or questions? Okay, vote. Mr. Carampia votes aye. Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte?
Aye.
Next, action item, resolutions for participation in the State School Facility Program. May I get a motion, please?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and motion that we participate in the state school facility program as presented.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Jones, second by Mr. Haskell. Comments or questions? Okay, Mr. Carampia votes aye. Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte?
Aye.
Next, Superintendent Human Resources, information item, revised new and deleted board policies and administrative regulations and exhibits.
The revised new and deleted board policies and administrative regulations are being presented as an information item for a first reading and will return as an action item at the next board meeting. Ongoing reviews and updates are necessary with board policies and administrative regulations. The review enables the district to ensure the policies, regulations, exhibits, and bylaws conform to state and federal law. The district also compares its policies, regulations, exhibits, and bylaws with the California School Boards Association recommendations. Additionally, the review serves as a reminder to the governance team and staff of the operational principles and implementation guidelines for the district. The revisions allow the district to make the necessary updates to remain compliant. These revisions are in alignment with CSBA suggested language and numbering system. Revisions will appear as a strike-through for deletions and in green highlight for additions. There are no financial implications associated with this agenda item at this time. Implementation of these proposed revisions should support district efforts to help students attain the goals identified in the LCAP. The revised new and deleted board policies, administrative regulations, and exhibits presented are informational items for the first reading and will be placed on the next agenda for action, and all of the revised new and deleted board policies and administrative regulations and exhibits are included in this item.
Thank you. Next, action item, revised new and deleted board policies and administrative regulation and exhibits. May I get a motion?
I'll go to motion that we approve the revised new and deleted board policies, administrative regulations, and exhibits as presented.
I'll second.
Moved by Mr. Jones, second by Mr. Rodarte. Comments or questions? Mr. Carampia votes aye. Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte?
Aye.
Next, action item, approve the revised agreement between Fallbrook Union High School District and the Service Employee International Union Local 221. May I get a motion?
I'll move that the board approve the revised agreement between Fallbrook Union High School District and the Service Employee International Union Local 221 as presented.
Second.
Mr. Rodarte, second by Mr. Jones. Comments or questions?
I would like to add, I know I've mentioned it in the past, but what a pleasure it was to negotiate with SEIU this year. Their bargaining team was very well informed, very professional. I see Ms. Gardner nodding. I know Ms. Mefford would agree, and Ms. Mesa would agree with me as well. They didn't bring an outside negotiator as in past years, so that relationship was just very respectful. They understand their employees, they care for their employees, the same on our end. And again, I just want to appreciate the dedication of that bargaining team.
Thank you. Mr. Carampia votes aye. Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte?
Aye. Aye.
Next, action item, approve the revised contract between Fallbrook Union High School District and the Fallbrook High School Teachers Association. May I get a motion?
I move that the board approve the revised contract between the Fallbrook Union High School District and the Fallbrook High School Teachers Association as presented.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Haskell, second by Mr. Jones. Comments or questions?
The same with this team. Again, by leaving out outside negotiators, things moved fairly quickly. We also saved a lot of money because they don't bring an outside negotiator, we don't bring an attorney to the table, and all of that money stays in the district.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Carampia votes aye. Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte?
Aye.
Next, action item, revised job description, instructional technology coach. May I get a motion, please?
I'll motion for the action item revised job description for the instructional technology coach.
I'll second.
Moved by Mr. Christensen, second by Ms. Rodarte. Comments or questions? Okay, Mr. Carampia votes aye. Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte?
Aye.
Next, action item, revised job description site, English language learner, teacher on special assignment, TOSA. May I get a motion?
I'll move that the board approve the revised job description, Site English Language Learning, ELL, Teacher on Special Assignment, TOSA, as presented.
Second.
Moved by Rodarte, second by Haskell. Comments or questions? Okay, Mr. Carampia votes aye. Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte?
Aye.
Next, action item, revised job description, English language learner facilitator. May I get a motion?
Motion for the action item revised job description for the English language learner EL facilitator.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Christensen, second by Mr. Jones. Comments or questions? Okay, Mr. Carampia votes aye. Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte?
Aye.
Next, action item, compensation for certificated in-person substitutes. May I get a motion?
Motion for the action item, the compensation for certificated in-person substitutes.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Mr. Christensen, second by Mr. Haskell. Comments or questions?
Yes, I want to clarify that we are not changing the rate for our day-to-day substitutes. We are addressing the rate for long-term substitutes, and we are addressing the rates for long-term substitutes for our counselors, social workers, speech and language therapists, and psychologists, because as it currently read, it stated not to exceed the daily rate of the employee on leave, which created an unfair structure since all employees, depending on the number of years that they've worked in the district and their education, have a different rate, daily rate. So this clarifies
The rates for all of those makes them equal at the same time, keeping us competitive with surrounding districts. And compensation for substitutes is not negotiated as part of the collective bargaining agreement with FHSTA.
Thank you. Mr. Carampio votes aye. Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte?
Aye.
Next, action item, increase in JROTC instructor pay as of July 1st, 2026. May I get a motion?
I'll move that the board approve the increase in JROTC instructor pay as of July 1st, 2026, as presented.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rodarte, second by Mr. Jones. Comments or questions?
As Ms. Mefford stated in her budget report, the federal government pays, or the Department of Defense reimburses the district for half of each instructor's salary for the fiscal year as part of our agreement to have an ROTC program on our campus. We do have to agree to having both teachers. The teachers do not fall within the Fallbrook Union High School District salary schedules, as their salary schedules are dictated by the Department of Defense, and we were notified on May 6th that those rates were going up.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, Mr. Caralampio votes aye. Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte?
Aye.
All right, next, action item, instructional schedule, transition from trimester to semester. May I get a motion, please?
I'll motion for the action item instructional schedule transition from trimester to semester.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Christensen, second by Mr. Haskell. Okay, any comments or questions?
I would like to stress that the supporting documents have all of this information. I don't know how many people actually look at them. They are estimates. I know they were referred earlier in a public verbal comment, but the estimated savings is actually lower than was estimated previously. It is only a savings of $319,042.03, and of course that can only happen if the reduction of certificated staff, which are listed in the supporting documentation, happens. Everything else has to be negotiated as part of the impacts and effects. And of course, the greatest increase would come in summer school with transportation. And then just to remind our board president that we do have 2 public verbal comments on this topic.
Thank you. So here we have, first one up is Mr. Daniel Nilsson.
So Mary Jo's intention was to cede me her time. Can we establish that before I begin?
Just at 3 minutes, since she's not here. Oh, is she here?
Right there.
Yes.
Oh, never mind. I made it seem like she had left.
Okay.
So yes.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
okay,
just
thank you.
one. Can we start the timer again? Go ahead.
So 6 minutes?
Can you change it to 6 minutes, please? Go ahead.
At the end of the last board meeting, Ms. Garza Gonzalez spoke about access. She described access as, quote, the engine that drives student success. I believe the decision before you tonight comes down to that one word, access. Access means more opportunities to earn credits. More credit opportunities can lead to a higher A through G rate. Of all the positive student outcomes we have experienced at FHS in recent years, the one outcome that can most reasonably be attributed to this trimester schedule itself is our increase in A through G completion. To what extent trimester alone deserves credit for that increase is open to debate. The district's move to require 3 years of math has likely contributed as well. But I am willing to acknowledge that trimester has helped increase access to credits and, by extension, access to A through G. So yes, this conversation is about access. But access to what? What about access to a full year of math without 4-month gaps? What about access to the same biology teacher for an entire year? What about access to the same English 9 teacher long enough to provide a sense of belonging, build trust, identify struggles, provide meaningful support? The trimester schedule increases access in one area, but it reduces access in another. There is a trade-off. And tonight you must decide whether that trade-off is worth it. Under semester schedule, which is what virtually every high school uses, students have access to A through G completion. In fact, Fallbrook's A through G rate was rising before the move to trimester. Students had built-in flexibility and opportunities to recover credits. Under trimester, that flexibility has expanded dramatically. Students can now accumulate far more credits than are necessary for graduation, often resulting in schedules filled with courses they don't want or need. There is quite simply an excess of access. In other words, students are being given increased access to something they already had access to, A through G eligibility, while losing access to something many of them most need, year-long core classes with the same teacher. Is that trade-off worth it? Moreover, students who do not complete A through G requirements still have excellent pathways to higher education. They can attend community college, take advantage of the Palomar Promise, getting the first 2 years for free, and transfer to a 4-year university. So yes, this discussion is about access. But true access is more than the opportunity to earn credits. It is access to rigorous instruction, meaningful student-teacher relationships, and the kind of deep learning that allows students to thrive. The vast majority of teachers who have spoken on this issue believe that the trimester schedule limits our ability to provide the quality of education we know we can deliver. Students are receiving more quantity, more course opportunities, but at the expense of quality, full-year core classes, continuity of instruction, and stronger relationships with teachers. This issue is also about access in a different sense. Access to financial resources. For 3 years, the district presumably has spent more than $300,000 annually to sustain this schedule. We are now discussing a potential savings of $319,000 each year if we move back to semester. That opportunity deserves serious consideration. This has been described as a problem because returning to semester could require staff reductions. But there are multiple ways to move from 88 FTEs to 85 FTEs, and those options should be explored before assuming rifts are inevitable. The board may even choose to retain more than the minimum 85 FTEs and use those positions to improve our credit recovery or to help lower class sizes, which are expected to be quite high. A $319,000 cost difference is not a problem, it's an opportunity. So yes, this is about access. It is about access to additional credit opportunities weighed against access to full-year core classes, access to stronger student-teacher relationships, and access to a significant financial savings. If access is the engine that drives student success, then student-teacher connection is the fuel. You have heard repeatedly from teachers that our connection with students is suffering. Common sense tells us that 12 weeks is not the same as a full year. Meaningful relationships take time to build. Students benefit when teachers know them well enough to recognize their strengths, identify their struggles, and support them beyond the curriculum. The strongest influence many students experience at school is not a schedule with access. It is a relationship with a caring adult. Student-teacher connection is the fuel that drives student success, and the trimester schedule is asking us to do more with less fuel, and right now our tank is running low. Tonight we ask you to restore the semester schedule. After 4 months of discussion, feedback, and reflection, I believe we have demonstrated that the benefits of returning to semester clearly outweigh the costs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from the board, or comments from the board?
I'm going to kind of repeat some of the things that I've said earlier, but I think they're important. This is a difficult decision. I have done my best to get as much information on this. I'm not an expert in this, but I've seeked out counsel from both our superintendent, many of our admin staff. I've spoken to many teachers or emailed either by phone or by email, and talked to parents that I know, students, and everybody has an opinion. There is no clear, to me, there is no clear dividing line that this is not an easy decision. I also believe strongly that this is not a decision that the board should be making. I think this gets into an area that I am not an expert on, and I'll be honest, I don't know if any of my colleagues are. This is something that I believe should be left to the experts, which should be the admin team working in concert with your labor groups. I don't think 3 years has been long enough to optimize enough for the advantages of trimester. And there are advantages and there are obviously challenges. We've heard a lot about both. Obviously the continuity of classes from one to the other so that students can take them, the trouble we've had on the first days or weeks of school, trying to fill schedules, things like that. I do like the idea that we have now of having many electives. I think that is good and enriching to our students. I don't want to lose those. I would say the same thing to CTE. I think that is very important. We talk about being career and college ready. A through G satisfies one of those. CTE helps satisfy another one. I am worried about having to reduce both options for students in CTE or electives. And of course, I'm also very concerned about possible risks. I don't know where we are there. I don't know what will happen. There's a lot of things that can happen between now and then. It's not as simple as finding, I think it was 88 to 85, because there are other possible reasons for rifts, such as declining enrollment or other things. From a macro view, from a high level, I do think the school district, Fallbrook High School, the school, is moving in a positive direction. I can see that in both our graduation rates, but I can also see those on outside metrics, such as the state dashboard. We saw some of those. Many of those have areas that we can have a lot of room to continue to improve, but for the most part, they're all moving in a good direction. I don't know if that's because of trimester. I don't know if that's because of Warrior Pride Time, or of the many, many other things that this district is working on positively. I do know I don't think it's a good idea to shake something up when things are going right. That being said, it's a difficult decision. I think it's pretty clear. I'm going to unfortunately vote no on this, but I do want to say thank you to everybody for the input, the professional discussion, your feedback, emails, and everything else. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to start with just saying thank you. As I used the word collaboration earlier, the more input we get, the more we see how the decisions that are made impact our students, impact our staff, impact our community, and our outcomes, the better. And I think everybody who has taken the time and effort to come and speak to board meetings, that is not an easy thing for many people, especially a lot of our young students that came up, and I admire them greatly for doing that. And I am better enriched for being more educated about the pros and cons of what
the issues were why we switched from the semester system to start before I was involved, and what the pros and cons are of the current trimester system. One of the things that I have appreciated is in the past, there would be comments, it's just not working. And to me, that's frustrating because give me some solutions. And solutions have been provided. You have provided details as to things that are working well and things that need improvement, and we've heard those, and we have instructed staff to work on those, and whether those are things that can be improved and adjusted within the trimester system and adjusted accordingly. Things like making sure that the continuity from, a session A to a session B, making sure that our extracurricular students are still have access to their courses, many other things. I don't know that we have to necessarily go to a semester system to adopt a lot of those corrections and changes, and I already see staff working on those. They're already working on that, working on making sure that Aries does a better job scheduling, making sure that Aries is working with our counselors, or the counselors are working with Aries to make sure that the students get the courses that they need and they want. We've heard the concerns about AP students. We've heard the concerns about kids with extracurricular activities, such as sports, band. I did all those things in high school. My kids did all those things in high school. So that's information that I needed, and so thank you. I really do respect that. However, there are also a number of what I refer to as quiet voices. I have had many phone conversations. I've had many conversations in person. I've had many emails from people that have expressed the opposite views, that trimester has really worked for their students, that has worked for them as a teacher, that they have seen the benefits of and seen the downsides of. So I am leaning toward voting against it, because what I would like to do is I would like to give our staff, our administration, a year to figure out, to fix these things that need to be adjusted. And if we can't do it within the trimester system, then we pivot after that time. And then we go back and say, we tried to make it work within the system we have, and it doesn't work. It doesn't have to be set in stone forever, but I would like a year of research. I know several of you referred to, and Ms. Toon in her presentation talked about the learning walks, how important they are, and I'd like to see the learning walks continue about the semester, trimester system, whether it's department by department, whether it's monthly meetings, whether it's a committee representative of staff members and parents or community members. I'd like to see that and see if we can, now that we have very tangible things that we need to address, I'd like to see us make an attempt to address those. And then if we can't do it within the trimester, then that's something I'm willing to look at and be open. I'm not closed to never going back to that, but I generally don't believe in going backwards. I generally believe in moving forwards and making changes in that direction. So, but regardless of that, I do thank all of you for those who've spoken publicly and privately. It means a lot that you care so much about the school and the community.
I'll make mine pretty short, but this was not a short, easy transition over the last 4 to 6 months. It's been going back quite a few months more, if not over a year, of discussing options and pros and cons. I appreciate everybody that's here, everybody that's watching or listening, for reaching out, pro or con, trimester or semester. I think everybody's input is very valuable. I read everybody's emails or texts or phone calls, and I greatly appreciate all of them. I think it's not an easy decision in some ways, and listening to teachers, coming from a family of teachers who loved being in the classroom and influencing students and watching them succeed, I might have a heavier ear for teachers because I have a caring heart like my parents did for being in the classroom. So it's not an easy decision, but I think in our position, it was brought up by the board years ago to look at different systems or different schedules. So it is kind of the board's direction previously to go to a trimester, not specifically a trimester, but that's what direction it ended up going. And I do hear the frustrations, and I think that's kind of gotten us to this point with a lot of conversations in the background and at the last 6 board meetings. So I appreciate all of you reaching out and doing your due diligence to voice your concerns, good and bad. I appreciate it. That's it.
I think earlier in the meeting, I kind of conveyed what I wanted to, which would have been safe for this, in terms of the communication that we've received and the efforts we've undertaken to try to take in as much information as possible across the spectrum of people's opinions on this, and the stakeholders' opinions. And so it is not an easy decision, and I think that because there are so many competing ideas on what the right answer is, it is challenging to try to understand the points of view and where people are coming from and what they value and where the importance is. And our responsibility is to do our best, level best as individuals, to hear you and make a decision for what we think makes sense based on what we're hearing from all of these stakeholders across the board. And so that's what we're attempting to do.
Just thank you, everybody, for your advocacy. Any other comments? Ready for a vote? Mr. Carolampio votes aye. Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
No.
Ms. Rodarte?
No.
Thank you. Next, action item. Instructional calendars for the 2027, 2028, and 2028 and 2029 school years. May I get a motion?
I'll move that the board approve the instructional calendars for the 2027 to 2028 and 2028 to 2029 school years as presented.
I'll second.
Moved by Ms. Rodarte, second by Mr. Christensen. But since the trimester system will not be in place in 2028.
The motion was to approve the calendars as presented. My recommendation to the board is that you not approve the calendars as presented because they're presented as a trimester. And the reason we do that is we present the calendars at the same time with the elementary school district. They're aware of the changes that might take place, but we will bring them back to you as soon as possible because families have to plan.
So the recommendation is, from the superintendent, is to vote no on this so that we can adjust to the new. And I guess my question is, we still have time to do this in a good way?
We have time to do this in a good way, but it will be a priority as soon as staff comes back.
Thank you.
So just to kind of clarify, we're voting no because we're moving from the trimester to the semester system, and that needs to be adjusted accordingly, and we'll come back to the board.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Carampio votes nay. Mr. Christensen?
No.
Mr. Haskell?
No.
Mr. Jones?
No.
Ms. Rodarte?
No.
Consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered by the Board of Trustees to be routine and will be enacted with one action. There's usually no discussion of these items prior to the time of the Board of Trustees vote on the motion unless members of the board request specific items to be discussed or deleted from the consent agenda. May I get approval?
I'll move that the board approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Comments or questions? All right, Mr. Carampio votes aye. Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Haskell?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Rodarte?
Aye.
Organizational matters. This is the appropriate place in the agenda for members of the board to request the superintendent provide further information regarding items discussed at this meeting and/or request that new items of business be placed on future agendas. Do we have any?
This one, it doesn't have to be by any of the next board meetings. I was curious, the food service, we had discussed food service trucks in the past, and there was some opportunities where we were looking into that. Is that something that we could it could be a Friday update, just a simple where that stands. I don't know where it stands or where it ended up at.
Yes, those were grant applications, but I can provide that update in a Friday letter.
And then you'll be bringing to the board the revised calendar proposals as well.
Not until we come back, teachers come back.
Date and time of the next meeting, which is amended. The next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026, at 4:30 p.m. in the Fallbrook High School Library. Adjournment. There be no further business to come before the board. The regular meeting of June 10th, 2026 was adjourned at 8:04 by Oscar Caralampia.